Hansen on their flight around the moon.
At 6:49 p.m. Central Time, the Orion spacecraft executed the translunar injection burn, a 5-minute and 50-second burn that committed the spacecraft to leaving a high Earth orbit and beginning its journey around the moon and back home.
Injection burn, a 5-minute and 50-second burn that committed the spacecraft to leaving a
This is a
high
live
Earth
view
orbit
inside the
and
Artemis
beginning
flight
its
control
journey
room here,
around the moon and back home.
where the Orbit 2 team is now coming on console. This is a live view inside the Artemis flight control room here, where the Orbit 2 team is now coming on console to take over from the Orbit 1 shift. If you were watching the news conference, we had a few calls to and from the crew during that time frame. One of those was re-timelining some of the exercise for the crew later today. We are expecting a public affairs event coming up in just about an hour, and they will then execute their exercise on the flywheel afterward. We also had a time period where we had a delay on the forward link of the Deep Space Network. So our communications to the crew were delayed. That was what we believe to be due to a downlink coming down. Command and data handling stopped that downlink, which resumed the on-time communications with the crew. They'll be able to troubleshoot that and work on transferring large files down from the crew. Recently, Christina Cook reported that her PCD, her portable computing device, went dark before translunar injection and has been unresponsive on a charger. So the team here is troubleshooting to see if there's anything they can do to bring that back online. Last but not least, Commander Reed Wiseman said they got great views of the Earth as they continued departing following the translunar injection burn, and just a testament to how everything is planned and tracked in space. He reported that the windows were dirty because the crew enjoyed looking out of them so much, so he called down for procedures on how to clean the windows. It's important to ask for instructions on things like this. As I mentioned, everything is tracked so carefully throughout a mission that it's important to let the crew and the teams know what is being used. This is a live view from the Orion capsule looking back on Earth, our home planet. We are now 18,500 miles away from Earth. When we conducted that translunar injection burn coming up on about 2 hours ago, we were just 115 miles above our planet. Obviously, that has increased exponentially as we are now on the journey to the moon and back home. Currently, Orion is 223,000 miles away from the moon.
Integrity, Houston, with some additional PCD troubleshooting for Christina.
Go ahead for Christina.
All right, Christina, we have one additional Hail Mary to try and recover your PCD. We're going to suggest that you reseat the power cable and then press and hold the power and volume up simultaneously for 20 seconds. You should be able, if the PCD responds, you'll enter BIOS, and you might get a screen in which you can select exit, making a functional PCD at that point. Good luck.
And work. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control now. MET, or mission elapsed time, 1 day, 3 hours, and 10 minutes into the Artemis II mission, the first flight of humans around the moon in over 50 years. And we are going to the moon. After a successful translunar injection burn today, we are now over 19,500 miles away from Earth and growing closer to our lunar neighbor, now 222,000 miles away from the moon. The view on the left side of your screen is from Orion, a live view looking back at our home planet, that small dot. And down in the bottom right-hand screen, you can see Capcom Chris Birch wrapping up her Orbit 1 shift today, as well as Flight Director Jeff Radigan. They've been leading the teams throughout Orbit 1 and the translunar injection burn.
Integrity, for your information, toilet is go for use. We're estimating about 5 more uses.
We copy that, and I have a question about the flywheel accelerometer, specifically the software that I'm opening up.
All right, Reed, I'll take your question.
When I'm opening the Orion Crew Seat Accelerometer version 1.10.5.0, I got a pop-up that came up that said, confirm disarm. The device is armed. Do you want to disarm it? Yes or no?
Okay. Affirm, Reed, you do want to arm. Excuse me, you do want to disarm.
Do I want to disarm it? Yes or no?
Sorry, Reed, I think I stepped on you there. We do want you to disarm.
Copy that, disarm. Houston integrity on 1 for flywheel accelerometer.
Go ahead, Reed.
It says to secure the 2 accelerometers, 1 to the flywheel, 1 to the hull, with the Velcro, but then also with Kapton tape, which is supposed to be with the accelerometers. I don't see any Kapton tape there, and my judgment is they are very well secured, so I'm not going to put Kapton tape over them. Let me know if you need me to change that.
Reed, that sounds like great judgment to us. That's no problem.
Houston Integrity for PCD.
Go ahead, Christina.
Hey, Chris. Unfortunately, no joy with that action, and I also had Ike try it. Neither of us were successful getting it to respond in any way.
All right. Unfortunately, Christina, that's all the troubleshooting I have for you for now. We'll do some more thinking and see what we can come up with, but thanks for trying it.
Okay, she acknowledges that. I've got a question for you on the dual camera bracket config for transit. When I got to the threaded rods, just want to check with you. I was supposed to do 6 turns. When I get to 2.5 turns on all of them, I start to feel some resistance. I assume it's a helicoil, so do you want me to push through that resistance to 6 turns? And as long as it's a reasonable amount of resistance would be the caveat.
All right, Jeremy, thanks for that report. We're going to check and get back to you. We think your approach is reasonable, but we're just going to verify.
Okay, standing by.
This is Artemis Mission Control here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. This is a visualization known as ARROW, the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. You can access this at any time on your computer or device by visiting nasa.gov/trackartemis. And thanks to ARROW, we were able to see that we are now 22,000, almost 23,000 miles away from Earth, creeping up on the moon, now 219,000 miles away from our lunar neighbor. Teams in Mission Control Houston are conducting their handover with the flight director coming on console. We are now 1 day, 3 hours, and 34 minutes mission elapsed time of the Artemis II mission, a test flight and the first flight of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft. Those 4 humans, Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, are preparing for an upcoming public affairs event. They'll be speaking with media clients here on the ground, giving us a good look inside the capsule and letting us know what it's been like to live and work on the spacecraft. We had a big milestone today at 6:49 p.m. Central Time when the OMS, or Orbital Maneuvering System engine, ignited on Orion, powering the translunar injection burn. Until that time, we had been in a high Earth orbit, allowing teams time to check out the systems ahead of committing to sending the crew around the moon and also serving as their deorbit burn. It was a successful burn. The crew continues to quickly depart Earth. We will see the closest approach of the crew on flight day 6 during their lunar flyby.
Integrity. Houston with some dual camera bracket install words for Jeremy.
Okay, before you go ahead with that, Chris, we're going to defer the toilet maintenance to after the PAO event, just FYI.
Okay, Jeremy, we copy. No problem. Are you ready for the dual camera bracket instructions?
Yep, go ahead.
All right, we'd like you to give a little pull test on the fasteners and see if they're snug. It's possible there might be a little play in the system. But if they feel snug, they're not going to come out. You can continue installing the bracket per the procedure, leaving the number of turns as they are. We think we probably have a good enough fit.
Okay, there's no wiggle in the fasteners. They do feel secure. I'll maybe give them another eighth of a turn because I stopped a bit early to snug them up. And then I think that's it for this part of the procedure. I've secured the dual camera bracket to the hatch as described, and there was nothing else to do today. I just want to confirm we're on the same page. I'm just leaving it open.
Copy, Jeremy. That sounds good with your 1/8-inch snugging turn. I think the next activity for this will be, I think, on Victor's timeline. But sounds like a good plan. Thanks for checking in.
Okay, copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Mission elapsed time, 1 day, 3 hours, 43 minutes. Orion has completed its translunar injection burn today at 6:49 p.m. Central Time as the start of the burn. That was a 5-minute and 50-second burn. The spacecraft and its crew, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, are now over 24,000 miles away from the Earth. Lots of movement in mission control right now as the Orbit 1 team is starting to step off console after a very momentous shift. We remain live for our coverage all throughout the mission, all the way until the crew is back home on Earth. Currently, the crew is setting up for their first public affairs event while aboard Orion. Today they also worked on setting up the flywheel. This is the exercise device that they'll use inside Orion. It's essentially like a rowing device, allows them to do both aerobic and resistance training. The entire unit is about the size of a suitcase, which is in comparison to over 4,000 pounds of exercise equipment on the International Space Station. The crew in Orion woke up at 1:35 p.m. Central Time today, and they're slated to remain awake until about 3 a.m. Houston time tomorrow, April 3rd. Their sleep was scheduled to be interrupted last night by the perigee raise burn that put us in the proper configuration for the translunar injection burn. And with TLI complete, they will get the opportunity for a full night's sleep tonight.
Houston Integrity, we are ready for the stream, setting up for the PAO event, and we'd love some help with voice and scene checks.
Okay, we copy, we're ready. Integrity Houston, we're still not seeing anything. Oh, just came on board. Okay. Just jumped the gun. Now we're seeing your video. Checking. Okay, Integrity. Good scene and good voice quality.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You are getting a live look on console as the Orbit 2 team has come into the mission control room. Near the top right of your screen is Flight Director Paul Kanya, joined by your new Capcoms for today. That'll be Mark Reagan and Sandra Moore. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator, and that's the single voice communicating with the crew aboard Orion. They gather information along with the flight director and make decisions on what can be called to the crew to keep that communication streamlined throughout the day. We are MET, or Mission Elapsed Time, 1 day, 3 hours, and 51 minutes into the flight of Orion, another big day for the crew as they completed the translunar injection burn, 5-minute and 50-second burn that committed them to flying around the moon on flight day 6 and returning back to Earth with a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean on flight day 10.
Mark, if it's possible, we would love to get fan speed down. You're going to be able to hear it over the PAO microphone, but also it's just very cold on this side of the spacecraft.
Okay, copy.
Pilot Victor Glover calling down about turning down one of the fans in the spacecraft. We are coming up on a public affairs event, the first time that the crew will be speaking with media live from the capsule. We expect that PAO event to start in about 7 minutes. Our 4 astronauts have been configuring the cabin and the cameras for today's public affairs event. The crew module of Orion has 60% more cubic volume than Apollo. The spacecraft has 330 cubic feet of habitable volume.
Integrity Houston. Unfortunately, the fan speed is as low as we can go right now per flight rule, but you are welcome to try to adjust the direction of those diffusers above the hatch if that helps any. Copy your thumbs up, Reed.
Crew continuing to set up for the public affairs event. The living space inside the crew module is about the size of 2 minivans and can be habitable for 4 people up to 21 days without docking to another spacecraft. After the PAO event, the teams here on the ground are timelining some exercise for the crew. Commander Reed Wiseman was able to use the flywheel device earlier. Pilot Victor Glover will do the same after this event, as well as mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen. Checking in on Orion's distance from Earth, approaching 26,000 miles from our home planet, 216,300 miles away from the moon. Standing by for the start of the public affairs event. Crew aboard Orion is ready to speak with teams here on the ground.
Integrity Houston, you ready for the event?
Houston Integrity, we are ready for the event.
ABC News, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, this is Gio Benitez at ABC News. How do you hear me?
Outstanding. We have you loud and clear. How about us?
I hear you loud and clear, and I truly cannot believe it. You are quite literally on the way to the moon right now and still speaking with us. Tell me, how do you feel? What's going through your mind? I mean, this must be so incredible because have you allowed the weight of the moment to really fit in here? Have you allowed that to happen?
Well, first and foremost, we all wanted to give a shout out to our families first because we are pretty far from Earth and we have not gotten to say hi to them yet. But there was a moment about an hour ago where Mission Control Houston reoriented our spacecraft as the sun was setting behind the Earth. And I don't know what we all expected to see in that moment, but you could see the entire globe from pole to pole. You could see Africa, Europe, and if you looked really close, you could see the northern lights. It was the most spectacular moment, and it paused all four of us in our tracks.
What has been most surprising to you about this so far?
Well, I think probably one of the things that surprised all of us is when those solid rocket boosters actually lit and we left the pad. It was just a moment of disbelief, and yeah, the fact that we launched, it just totally takes you by surprise, even though you're expecting it, at least for me anyway. And I just had a huge smile across my face.
Did it feel different? Because I can imagine that's such a powerful rocket that must have felt different for you.
One of the biggest surprises was how smooth riding those solids was. We all expected a really just dynamic ride, a lot of motion. We were prepared to potentially not being able to see telemetry, maybe even not being able to, touch switches, and it was very smooth. It was a definite difference when they separated and we were just on the main engines, but just a steady rumble and a great ride.
What do you want to tell Americans here at home who are watching this right now? They're quite amazed at the fact that you are speaking to us on the way to the moon right now. What do you want to tell them about this particular mission and why it's so important?
First and foremost, I would just like to say thank you. Your support and trust in us has enabled this, and so many people that have worked for so long to make this possible. But also, we're just getting started. You know, we've worked really hard, and even though we were a little surprised to actually launch yesterday, we have a lot of mission left ahead of us. And so I really want to tell them, stay tuned and keep tabs on what's going on. NASA's doing a great job of communicating all the things to come.
I can't even tell you how many cheers were there on the ground. I was there watching you all lift off from the Kennedy Space Center, and everyone was so excited, so happy, and that was just incredible. Jeremy, I know this is your first time in space, and you're surrounded by all of these space vets. What's it been like for you that this is your first mission there?
There has been a tremendous amount of disbelief for me. It's just so extraordinary. I just kept saying to them yesterday, like, I really like it up here. I wish I could have got here sooner. It's just such a tremendous place to be. The views are extraordinary. It's really fun to be floating around, and it just makes me feel like a little kid.
I heard that there was a little bit of an issue with the toilet. Which one of you was the plumber?
I'll take that one. I'm the space plumber. I'm proud to call myself the space plumber. I like to say that it is probably the most important piece of equipment on board. So we were all breathing a sigh of relief when it turned out to be just fine. It was just an issue, I think, of sitting for a long time and needing a little time to warm up, a priming issue. But we did originally think that there could have been potentially something fouling up the motor, and luckily we are all systems go.
Oh, well, I'm sure I could see the faces right there. Y'all are very happy about that. I see that you're very cozy in there. It's tight quarters, but it was also a little chilly, I heard.
It is quite cold, and yeah, we're wishing we had the lower temperature sleeping bags with us. But right before this PAO event started, I pulled my knit cap off, and I'm ready to put it back on. But Houston's been working with us to change fan speeds and temperature set points, and we've actually been able to warm it up a lot better in the last half a day or so. Our last nap before TLI, we got a lot more comfortable.
Well, that's a really interesting question. How is it that you take a nap in there? What does sleeping even look like?
Well, let's see. So we've been off the planet for, what, about 30 hours now, and we've had 2 very short naps. We actually just gathered for our first meal together in space. That is how busy we have been the last day and a half. It has been really an amazing beginning flight plan. But sleeping here is it's actually sort of comical. Christina has been sleeping heads down in the middle of the vehicle, kind of like a bat suspended from our docking tunnel. Victor's been up where Jeremy is right now. He's got a nice little nook wedged in there. And then Jeremy has been stretched out on seat 1, and I've been sleeping under the displays just in case anything goes wrong. It's more comfortable than you would think, and it's nice. It's nice to sleep in weightlessness again. Every time I was dozing off last night, I had that image that I was tripping off a curb and I was waking myself up. So my body's getting reacclimated. It's been a few years since I've been up here.
I've heard it's the best sleep up in space. Do you feel the weight of history knowing that you're going to be traveling farther than any other human?
You know, it's a remarkable thing. You would think it would be weighty, but we just feel like we're lifted up by the team that supports us, and you just sort of execute the plan. A lot of people telling us how to work this and manage this vehicle, and a lot of great training, and you just kind of go step by step, which I think is pretty remarkable what this team can do, and it really highlights their excellence.
And I think I just want to add, we just got done our translunar injection burn, and it was pretty tense moments there. For a second. And when we got done that burn, we just kind of looked at each other as a crew. We have been to the moon before in 1968 through 1972. It's been a long time since we've been back. And I got to tell you, there is nothing normal about this. Sending 4 humans 250,000 miles away is a Herculean effort, and we are now just realizing the gravity of that.
Yeah, nothing normal about this. What are you most excited about once you get to the moon?
Having just experienced incredible views of planet Earth and seeing the entire planet out the window in one pane, knowing that we're about to have some similar views of the moon in that same way is definitely getting me more excited for it. I knew that that is what we would see, but there's nothing that prepares you for the breathtaking aspect of seeing your home planet both lit up bright as day and also the moon glow on it at night with the beautiful beam of the sunset, and knowing that we're going to get similar views of the moon. I'm really excited for that. And then of course heading home. Right now we're in our cruise phase outbound, but we'll be turning our sights back on our home planet shortly. Shorter probably, it's going to fly by, but we're just excited for both of those milestones.
As you all know, there is so much division at home right now. What is it that you're feeling, and what message do you want to send to the American people about what you're seeing out that window?
Well, the first thing I would say is trust us. You look amazing. You look beautiful. And from up here, you also look like one thing. You know, Homo sapiens is all of us, no matter where you're from or you know, what you look like. We're all one people. And so, you know, this mission, one of the things that's amazing about being around and just being an astronaut, you know, serving our countries at this time is that we get to give ourselves a mission that we can hold on to say, hey, look at what we did for the rest of our lives. You know, we call amazing things that humans do moonshots for a reason, because this brought us together and showed us what we can do when we put, not just putting our differences aside, when we bring our differences together and use all the strengths to accomplish something great. And so this mission will give us one of those that we all can remember and hold on to for the rest of our days. And I hope people will tune in and give us a chance.
Integrity, what an honor to speak with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being with us.
Integrity. This is Houston ACR. That concludes the ABC News portion of the event. Please stand by for a voice check from Fox News.
910 ready. Integrity, this is Trace Gallagher with Fox News. How do you hear me?
Hey, Trace, we got you loud and clear. How about us?
I've got you loud and clear. I want to explain to the audience that there is a 4-second delay, so there'll be some pause between the questions and the answers. Congratulations. How does it feel to be the first humans to leave Earth's orbit in some 54 years? Is there a difference in Earth's orbit and being outside the orbit?
Well, we are still technically in Earth's orbit, although we did just do our translunar injection burn, and so we are definitely 100% on our way to the moon. The lunar gravity will take over in a couple of days here and start pulling us around the far side. At the end of our translunar injection here about an hour and a half ago, we just really looked at each other, and I know the United States has done this 1968 through 1972, but this is unbelievable that we can put our minds to something and pull it off. This is an unbelievable technical accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean, it really is unbelievable to us. We watched this thing. It was just this flawless launch, and it was unbelievable to watch. And what really fascinates me about this is that you, in a few days, will become the first humans to travel the farthest in space, more than anybody else has ever done. It took us a long time to get back here, and now we're about to exceed that. Is that a moment of pride? Is it a moment of history? How do we feel about that?
It's great you brought that up. We were aware that we would pass that milestone if we happened to launch on this date. There were other days where we wouldn't have necessarily. So we are not necessarily a crew that lives on superlatives, but it is a milestone that's important. It's important that people can understand and wrap their heads around what is the latest in what we're doing. What does this mean relative to what we've done in the past? What are we going to be pushing for into the future? We think that the journey that we've been on and all of our teams have been on with us is so much more than just one number. But we also hope that that number just keeps being exceeded and exceeded by the future crews. That's why we're here, to build a legacy for the future.
You know, it's interesting because yesterday, I mean, this thing went off almost perfectly, right? It was on time. Was that surprising? Because, you know, you look back just in recent history and missions tend to be delayed, sometimes hours, sometimes days. This thing went pretty much according to what everybody was hoping it would do. Was that somewhat surprising when they said we are a go for launch?
Joke.
Yes. You know, it was surprising. I think we were, you know, we like to say that we're prepared without having an expectation. But, you know, in the back of your mind, you kind of hope you launch. And then when we got really close, it was like, wait, we're getting ready to go to space. And when those solids lit, you know, it was a ride where you're trying to be professional, but the kid inside of you wants to break out and just hoot and holler. But what I wanted to say about that was, our Exploration Ground Systems team, our launch control team, they have had some time to practice since February and March and really dial in their procedures and learn and grow. And so I just want to give them some credit. It was an example of how hard they've been working lately that we launched. And it was, even though we didn't get to really watch, but it felt beautiful.
Yeah, they should give themselves a big round of applause because it really, I know it felt beautiful. It certainly looked beautiful. Very quickly, Victor Glover, while I have you on the microphone, we are broadcasting across the nation, but we're focused. We're based in Los Angeles. And I thought since you were from Southern California, maybe you'd like to give a shout out to your friends and family here.
Oh, well, of course. My mom lives there, my grandparents, all the cousins, aunts, and uncles, and just everybody in California. Thank you for all of the support and the love for all of these years. So many of my career milestones happened in that special place. That will always be home, no matter where the government sends me. You're going with us.
How has it been? Yeah, how has it been on board now for your first night? I know you haven't gotten much sleep. They keep waking you up. They kind of send out the songs they are doing. And I hear, Christina, that you are somehow sleeping upside down or face down. Maybe you can explain that to us.
Sure. Yes, it has been a great couple of days just learning how to live in Orion. And I would love to give a quick shout out to our families before we keep going on with the questions, just because we haven't had a chance to say hi to them, and it's just so great to have had their support building up to the launch, and we miss you guys already. Living in Orion isn't quite the same as being at home with our families, but yes, some of the exciting things are the burns that we do. They kick off with such an acceleration that most things that you see Velcroed around that aren't actually fastened down all fall down to the floor of Orion. But speaking of floors and ceilings, it actually is just all by convention only. There is no difference between up and down, and so yes, I've been sleeping with my feet there and my head down here, and it's very comfortable. I think I'll probably stay there the whole mission unless someone kicks me out. So we're finding out how to make this space capsule a home.
Maybe we can hand it to Jerry Hansen here. And Jamie, you can also say hello, give a shout out to your family. And I'm wondering, while you do that, if you'd like to tell us if there have been any glitches, any problems. I know we heard there was some kind of an issue with the onboard toilet, but beyond that, are we good so far?
Yeah, great to have a chance just to say thanks to my family and missing them, and for the support from Canadians back home. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here and do this. We did have another little surprise today. I mean, the vehicle is in great shape, and we feel like everything's going really smoothly. But on our way to the translunar injection burn inside of 20 minutes, we did get a warning message that, emergency message for cabin leak suspected, which grabs your attention because this is right when you're coming through some of the higher density orbits and you might run into something. And, you go from 20 minutes to doing this burn where you're going to head to the moon to thinking about, are we going to cancel this burn, start getting in our spacesuits, and then trying to figure out how to get home in a day or less. And luckily, that was just a little anomaly, and the Houston helped us out. They confirmed they were seeing good cabin pressure, as were we on board, and we did the burn, and now we're on our way to the moon. Feeling good about Integrity. She's a good ship.
It's going to be fantastic. Reed Weissman, you are the commander of this mission. Maybe you'd like to give a shout out to your family as well. And I'm wondering, the responsibility, does it weigh heavy on you? Do you feel like, I'm just not going to go to sleep. I'm going to make sure that we do everything we need to do. What is it like to be the commander of something so historic and something that people have been waiting for so long?
Well, to answer that, I'm learning from my crewmates here. I'm flying in space with two of the most skilled astronauts that we have, most accomplished astronauts. And Jeremy, on his first day in orbit yesterday, was just getting the job done 100%. So my job here is pretty easy. Definitely sometimes you get a little bit nervous. There's a couple things that caught our attention so far, but it's going great. And my job is very easy. I am definitely getting pulled along by my crewmates. And then you gave me the opportunity. I'm taking it. Say hi to my family, my parent, my dad back in Maryland, and my brother probably heading home to Washington, and then everybody back in Houston. My daughters, my girlfriend, everybody's doing great back there. Thank you.
I guess really, lastly, what we really need to know is, are you happy so far with the food? Are you happy so far with the wake-up songs and the music? Any kind of request that we can make on your behalf while we get a chance to talk to Mission Control a little bit later?
We get a chance to talk to Mission a little bit later.
We just had our first meal together. That's how busy it's been. And this morning, our lead public affairs, Courtney Beasley, we heard her voice come on the radio first, and she introduced the songs and some amazing messages from the teams across this international program that have put this vehicle together. And we all agreed we would wake up slow and get into the day easy and quiet. And this morning, we all got up cheering and rocking and getting everything ready to go. It was the perfect way to start our day.
Yeah, well, you are making history. Reed Weissman, Christina Koch, Jeremy Hansen, Victor Glover. Congratulations to all of you. America, the world is with you. We are watching every moment of this journey, and we will cheer you when you get back and along the way. Thank you for joining us. Best of luck to you, and safe travels.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
And thank you to all participants. Integrity, we're now resuming operational audio comm. Integrity Houston for some PCD configs.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, first we're going to need to hardline PCD3 in prep for the PMC. And then second, one more Hail Mary to troubleshoot that PCD4. We'd like to try removing the SD card from the back behind the kickstand, and then repeat those steps that you took earlier, which was holding the power and up volume switches simultaneously for 20 seconds and trying to get an exit screen to come up.
Okay, Mark, I'll work on getting the PCD hardlined right away for you.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Can you confirm you need that right now, or because I was going to use it for toilet maintenance, but I can use another PCD if you need this one hardwired right away.
Yeah, Jeremy, we do need PCD3 for the PMC, so if you could use another one for the toilet maintenance, that'd be great.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, that'll be hardlined in the next 3 minutes.
Okay, copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control with a mission elapsed time of 1 day, 4 hours, 29 minutes into the Artemis II mission. We got a great look at the crew aboard Orion, also called Integrity. That was their first opportunity to talk with media back here on Earth and share with us what it's been like since they started their journey to the moon. It was a big day for the crew as we conducted and completed the translunar injection burn. This takes them out of high Earth orbit and commits them to flying around the moon and splashing down on Earth on flight day 10. The Orbit 1 team has handed over to the Orbit 2 team, now led by Flight Director Paul Kanya. And therefore, I am also handing off to my colleague and friend, Sandra Jones, NASA Public Affairs Officer, who's going to be on with you for Orbit 2 today. Our live coverage continues on NASA YouTube 24/7 all the way until the crew is safe back home on Earth. Thanks for watching, and I personally will rejoin you tomorrow morning.
And good evening from Artemis Mission Control at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. As Leah stated, I'm Sandra Jones, and I'm going to be continuing to bring you live coverage around the clock for this shift as we continue the historic crewed test flight of Artemis II, humanity's return to the moon for the first time in over 50 years. At this time, now 1 day, 4 hours, and 31 minutes.
So let us know if that was successful. And then would you mind just telling us how you see the rest of the day's schedule going? We think we got a tiny bit out of sync with you.
Copy. Checking. Yeah, Jeremy. Copy on the hardline PCD3, and then what we expect is the PMC next when you guys are ready, and then immediately followed by the flight director crew conference, and then followed by exercise the rest of the day in whatever order makes sense to you guys.
Okay, copy that. And any leans on when we do the toilet maintenance from your perspective?
Checking.
The Orion spacecraft, with its crew of NASA astronauts Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, as well as Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, are now 30,000 miles away from Earth following the completion of their translunar injection burn, that 5-minute and 50-second long burn, sending them on a round-trip journey to the Moon. And following that 5-minute and 50-second long translunar injection burn, we do have some updated statistics for you regarding the Integrity spacecraft and the distance that it will travel from the Earth. Integrity will reach a maximum distance from Earth of 252,021 statute miles, and this will surpass the Apollo 13 distance record by 3,366 statute miles.
Houston Integrity for VC. I believe we are logged in, waiting on your call.
Copy, Reid. We are dialing now.
At this hour now, 1 day, 4 hours and 38 minutes into the flight of Integrity, the name chosen by the Artemis II crew for their Orion spacecraft. The crew's main priority is to adapt the environment of space and the lack of gravity. Wiseman, Glover, and Cook have all flown in space before, but this is the first flight for Hansen. Additionally, on the docket for the crew during the remainder of this Orbit 2 shift are exercise activities on the flywheel exercise machine that was tested out for the first time earlier today. Flywheel is a simple cable-based device for aerobic exercises like rowing and resistance workouts, such as squats and deadlifts. It works like a yo-yo, giving astronauts as much load as they put into it, maxing out at 400 pounds. Following this, the crew will head into their pre-sleep period before getting some rest. And if you're just joining us, you're looking at an animation of the Orion spacecraft. Integrity is now 31,000 miles from Earth and just over 211,000 miles from the Moon, traveling at a speed of 7,820 miles per hour. We did have a successful translunar injection burn earlier today, that 5-minute and 50-second burn, sending Orion on the path to the Moon. Additionally, this burn set up the Orion spacecraft and its crew to travel the farthest distance from the Earth, rather, that any human being has ever before. The maximum distance that we expect Orion to travel is 252,021 statute miles. And you're looking at a live view of the Orion spacecraft. The large engine that you see in the center of the Orion spacecraft on the bottom of the service module is the Orbital Maneuvering System engine. This was built by Aerojet Rocketdyne and was the engine that was used today for the translunar injection burn. Again, that 5-minute 50-second burn, sending Orion on its way to the moon. This is a repurposed Space Shuttle Orbital Maneuvering System engine that has flown in space before. This engine flew on the Space Shuttle Atlantis on several missions, including STS-101, STS-98, And just to continue with the times that this Orbital Maneuvering System engine has flown on Space Shuttle Atlantis, that is STS-101, STS-98, STS-104, STS-108, STS-109, and STS-110. We are continuing to bring you live coverage of NASA's first crewed flight test to the moon aboard the Orion spacecraft. Orion now 31,500 miles from Earth following launch. This view of the Orion spacecraft and mainly the orbital maneuvering system engine.
Integrity on 1, PMC complete, ready for flight director conference when you are ready.
We are setting up for that. And while we're waiting for that to happen, Jeremy, the answer on this toilet maintenance is that we're already getting close to the bingo, so we'd like you to go ahead and get that started as soon as we're done with this flight director conference.
He copies.
Thank you.
And we're just going to have Jeremy get going on the toilet maintenance now.
Okay, copy that. Sounds good.
And we did just hear some communications from the ground up to the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft, namely NASA astronaut Victor Glover, getting things configured for their daily medical conference to check in and see how they're feeling. Everything continuing to go smoothly now, 1 day, 4 hours, and 55 minutes into this historic test flight of NASA's Orion spacecraft. This is Artemis Mission Control, and we're continuing to bring you live coverage around the clock during this historic crewed test flight of Artemis II and the Orion spacecraft named Integrity, humanity's return to the moon for the first time in over 50 years. Following liftoff atop the Space Launch System rocket from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, NASA astronauts Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, as well as Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, separated from the SLS, remaining inside Orion and still attached to the upper stage of the rocket, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. They then orbited the Earth twice to ensure the spacecraft's systems were working as expected, while still close to home, and demonstrated new capabilities, including manually piloting Orion. Earlier today, the Orbital Maneuvering System engine, the large engine you see on your screen there, fired for 5 minutes and 50 seconds. And from this view of the Orion spacecraft, we're also getting a look at the auxiliary engines. These smaller engines are located on the bottom of the service module in 4 sets of 2. And each engine provides about 100 pounds of thrust. But again, that larger engine, the orbital maneuvering system engine, really went through its paces today as it performed the translunar injection. 5 minutes and 50 seconds long, that burn, sending Orion and its crew on a round-trip path to the moon.
Integrity Houston for exercise.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, at this time you have a go for exercise. We'd like to remind you to do the AGA readings before you get started, and also ask you to give us the state of charge on the batteries on the accelerometers first.
To get the state of charge on the batteries on the accelerometers, am I going to have to go plug PCD into each of those 2 accelerometers? I'm guessing you're talking on the exercise device.
Actually, Reed, did you catch that when you did the initial activity? Did you remember seeing that?
I do not remember seeing state of charge.
Okay. No, we don't want you to go to the trouble of plugging in a PCD, so we'll catch it on the next one. So disregard that one.
Okay, sounds good. I do have a flywheel Excel data transfer activity later today. I can try to do it then.
Okay, that'd be great. And Reed, when you do that later, that is only on one accelerometer, and that'll be fine. We'll just take that reading from the one, whichever one you choose.
Okay, we'll see where we get to today.
Sounds good.
And those communications to the Orion.
When you're ready.
We are ready.
CO2, 1.3, O2, 19.0, 4.3 PSI, and 73.2 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay, copy. Thank you.
just an integrity question for toilet maintenance.
Go ahead.
Hey, Mark. Jeremy is doing a very thorough cleaning, and notice the lid on the commode. When you raise the outer lid, the one that has the quarter turn that keeps it shut, inside there's another moving piece that the toilet seat is installed into, where the fecal bag is held in. On the bottom ring of that, it appears to be covered in tape or some type of seal protector. We were just curious if you know that should be removed, or if that's actually supposed to be there. And also, just for your awareness, when you lift the toilet seat up, the cover raises the toilet seat. They're kind of friction fit together, and you have to reach up in there and pull the seat down so that you can actually use it.
Okay, checking on that. Hey, Victor, we are checking on the tape question. The seat lifting issue you described is a known feature, and you're right, you need to make sure you separate them and that the lid is down properly for use. Integrity Houston, the answer on the tape on the toilet seat is that does belong there, so let's please leave it that way.
Okay, we copy. Thanks for checking.
You bet.
And we did just hear communications from here on the ground, Capcom Mark Reagan relaying to the crew on board Integrity that that tape that they noticed on the toilet is indeed supposed to be there. No action on the crew's part for the crew at this time. The Integrity spacecraft with NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, as well as Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, closing in on the 200,000-mile marker to the moon. They're currently 207,485 miles away from the moon, and they're 36,600 miles away from planet Earth. Orion is traveling at a velocity of 7,239 miles per hour. This view of the Orion spacecraft showcasing the Orbital Maneuvering System engine, or OMS engine, which provided the burn today for the translunar injection burn. That burn was 5 minutes and 50 seconds long, sending Orion and its crew on a trajectory to the moon. We can also see a view of some of the auxiliary engines on the Orion spacecraft. There are 8 in total. These engines provide trajectory corrections and can be used as a backup to the main engine if needed. Each engine provides about 100 pounds of thrust and can provide steering during burns by pulsing on and off. Also, on the very top of your screen, as well as behind the large orbital maneuvering system engine, we do see a portion of the solar arrays. These serve as the primary power source for the European Service Module. And in this animation, you can see a better view of the Orion spacecraft as well as those 4 solar arrays. Each wing measures nearly 23 feet long and is composed of 3 panels. The 4 wings can pivot on 2 axes to remain continuously aligned with the sun for maximum efficiency. And the arrays provide enough electrical power to power a 2 3-bedroom homes, which keep the crew safe and the systems running during their journey.
Houston integrity on 1. Can we start a very quick stream of the HHP camera just for an off check?
Integrity, that was unreadable. We're trying something. Hang on a second. Integrity Houston, we are doing some config changes here. When we're ready for a two-way comm check, we'll let you know.
You're looking at a live view inside the white flight control room here, serving as Artemis Mission Control. The team of flight controllers on console during this Orbit 2 shift are currently being led by NASA Flight Director Paul Kanya. Serving as Capcom is Mark Regan. And next to him is Sandra Moore. We're now 1 day, 5 hours, and 34 minutes into the flight of Orion. Orion is 36,930 miles away from the Earth and 207,214 miles away from the Moon. Earlier today, the translunar injection burn was completed with the large engine you're seeing on your screen there, the orbital maneuvering system engine. That burn was 5 minutes and 50 seconds long, sending Orion on the path to the Moon. Additionally, the crew had the opportunity to test out the flywheel exercise device on board the Orion spacecraft. The flywheel is an exercise device that uses a flywheel, as the name suggests, in a series.
With the voice check.
Integrity has you loud and clear, Houston.
Hey, Reed. We were configured to do some high-speed file transfers, and it looks like maybe that squeezed out the voice range a little bit. Is what our problem was. But go ahead and repeat your call just to make sure we are on the same page.
You probably already answered my question. I wanted to know, or just let me know when is a good time for us to try a quick HHP camera downlink to you.
Okay, we will go for that right now.
Not 100% sure I did everything right, but you should have a HHP camera downlink with no audio.
Okay, Reed, looks like the good news is that was a good test, and what we're seeing is a crew member exercising.
Yep, Ike was totally fine with that. We just wanted to do the test real quick. So I'll go ahead and stop it now. We know it's got a good end-to-end work.
All right, excellent. Thank you.
We did hear those communications from the ground up to the crew on board Orion. One of the crew members is utilizing the flywheel exercise device, which uses a series of pulleys and a torque limiter encased in a frame the size of an extra-large shoebox, which functions like a rowing machine. When exercising on the flywheel, the crew uses a strap placed between their feet, which attaches to either a bar or a harness to interact with the device. Pulling on the strap allows the crew to perform aerobic, resistive, and rowing exercises. Crew member straps their feet against the footplate of the device, which is held at a slight angle from the front of the frame, and using the bar, the crew can perform exercises such as bicep curls, bent over rows, and deadlifts for resistance training, as well as rowing for aerobic training. During this mission, the crew will use the flywheel every day except launch and landing. Each astronaut will spend about 30 minutes per day performing exercises, and the teams on the ground will be gathering data the entire way to verify information about the flywheel. And this data, amongst other observations, such as video of exercise, will be used to further develop the flywheel in preparation for future Artemis missions.
Houston Integrity for comments about the PWD when convenient.
Hey, Christina, can you give us a minute?
Of course.
Okay, now we're ready.
Excellent. Hey, actually, question about that. When I first made the call and there was the pause in calling back, we saw a ping suspect. Do you expect ping to go suspect when you're doing large or high rate file transfers? We did check and saw we weren't in a handover.
Yeah, Christina, that was an artifact of us trying to push up file transfer rates. We're kind of playing with that in the background to see if we can find a place where we can get files faster, but also not impact COM and overload the buffer. I think what we've decided is we're just going to stay at the safe rate that's been working so far in the mission and play with this a little more tonight after you guys go to bed.
Okay, copy all, makes sense. We're just trying to understand our displays, and we love the exploration on that one. The original call was about the PWD. Wanted to let you know that after doing a fill, we have been having to wait 30 seconds minimum so that when we remove the water bag after closing the valve, there's not residual water coming out of the dispenser. We've just been implementing that as a workaround to wait that 30 seconds, but wanted to let you know both for your awareness and also to see if there could be a workaround.
Okay, copy the report. Let us talk about it. We'll let you know.
Thanks, Mark, and as you probably imagine, that's a low priority. We're getting by just fine as it is.
Copy that, and glad to hear it. And you certainly look like you're doing great up there.
And those communications from the ground to NASA astronaut Christina Cook referencing the PWD, that's the potable water dispenser, which gives the crew easy access to water inside the crew module during their missions. It's also used to rehydrate food and drink packages. At this time, we are now 1 day, 5 hours, and 51 minutes into the first crewed flight test of the Orion spacecraft.
Is it just trickling, dripping, or is it more of a steady flow for a little while?
Hey, Mark, we will take a video, but if you remove a bag after closing the valve prior to about 30 seconds, a steady stream of water continues to come out, and it might be just a little less than what the standard flow is, but it's definitely a steady stream.
Okay, copy. Thank you.
And to be fair, I've never actually seen the full bore, what it would be if the valve were open without a bag on it, so I can't compare, but the stream is steady and maybe about 1/8 of an inch wide.
Okay, thank you. Copy. Could you give me a guess of how much volume it ends up being?
We have someone who thinks that what it is just a line's worth of water. Maybe it's just emptying out until the back pressure goes away. Can't say the volume because we always just stick a bag back on it quickly to stop the flow and then wait longer. So don't have a strong, easy answer for you on that one.
That's good enough for now. Thank you.
If you're just joining us, we're continuing to bring you live coverage of the first crewed flight test of the Orion spacecraft to the moon. We're now 1 day, 5 hours, and 54 minutes into this test flight, and the Orion spacecraft is traveling at over 6,900 miles per hour. And as you can see on your screen there in this visualization, is about 40,000 miles away from the Earth, with 204,000 miles remaining between the Orion spacecraft and its destination, the moon. Following the translunar injection burn earlier today, the Orion spacecraft is slated to beat the Apollo 13 record of farthest distance from the moon by which will be 252,021 statute miles.
Integrity Houston for Victor.
Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, on this PAO daily imagery transfer activity, we would like priority on those Earth photos the first 30 minutes after TLI that Reed was excited about, if possible.
Okay, copy that. Good work, thanks.
Thank you.
And you did just hear those communications referencing some imagery that was taken shortly after the translunar injection burn. We did hear that Commander and NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman was quite excited about the imagery of the Earth that he was able to capture. So they're going to work on getting that down to the ground, and we will share with you all once we do have that available to be shared, and are looking forward to seeing it, as are you. And you're looking at a live view inside the White Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. This Orbit 2 team on Flight Day 2 being led by Flight Director Paul Kanya. The crew is continuing to step through procedures for their day following the translunar injection burn, that 5-minute and 50-second long burn, setting them on a course to the moon and back. At this time, NASA astronaut Christina Koch is utilizing the flywheel exercise machine on board Orion as part of her 30-minute exercise requirement per day. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Victor Glover is working to downlink some of the imagery taken earlier today. The crew will continue to step through a few more procedures before they have a private medical conference. This is a standard daily conference.
On 1 for window inspection on Reed's timeline.
We're with you.
Hey, Mark, is there anyone there that can tell us what the end goal is of this? Are we trying to do the interior panes or all the panes all the way through? I know it says I can dim cabin lights, but it's next to impossible to get a clean image of these windows.
Okay. Hey, Reed, we're trying to just get a good characterization of all the panes and understand how clear they are before we go and do the observations through them. So understanding the overall condition is the goal here. So if you see any scratches or imperfections, that's of most interest, and especially if it looks like it's in the outer panes. And understand that the photos might be difficult in the lighting, and so just best effort on that if you find anything that warrants a photo.
Okay, sounds good. I will do my best. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Houston integrity for exercise.
Go ahead, Christina.
Yes, I'm in the flywheel exercise ops procedure step 8.4. This is our first time with the accelerometers configured, and it does say on MCCH Go, switch them both to the on position. I actually just did that. Is that going to be okay?
Yes, it's going to be okay, so you have a go in hindsight.
Thank you for the retroactive go. Do you need us to get the accelerometer go every time, or is this just a final check to make sure we're go for exercise?
Checking. Hey, Christina. Those files are basically only able to record as long as the exercise is scheduled. So the important thing here is that you turn it on right before you start, and that you also turn it off when you finish, and then we get a new file going for the next person. So if you guys can remember that and understand that, then you don't have to report that every time.
Copy all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And those words to NASA astronaut Christina Cook as she wraps up her exercise for the day on the flywheel machine. The flywheel exercise device is utilized for 30 minutes each day by every crew member during this test flight.
Houston integrity on 1 for window inspections.
With you on 1.
Hey Mark, I will put all those images on PCD1 in a folder under imagery per downlink window inspection. I'll make sure that's what it says in the procedure. I'll double check that. And then just big picture, there's just a few little blemishes here and there, a couple little scrapes on the innermost panes. And then there are some blemishes on the outer panes. Obviously, we're not going to be able to do anything about. The most notable one is on window 1. So what we're calling window 1 is the portmost window. There it looks like just a touch of charring on the outer edge. I think it occurred during last jettison. I noticed it on the way uphill. Shouldn't be a factor for our photographs, but you'll hopefully see it in the picture. It's really hard to get a picture of it. It's very small.
Okay, Reed, copy all of that. Thank you for that report. And actually, we don't need you to downlink those. We'll get those for post-flight analysis.
Oh, that's outstanding. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Houston integrity for portable speaker.
Go ahead.
Okay, I've connected the portable speaker to Beat 1's AIU. I put it into J2 instead of J3. I don't think that makes a difference, but if it does, let me know. I can swap it over. We had a Peltor headset hooked up in J3 already, just sitting there. I was just going to leave it connected.
Yeah, Jeremy, those are fine. J2 and J3 are functionally the same. We have one command, but thank you for letting us know where that is.
Okay, and so over to you guys to do your configuration then, and I guess the speaker will just start working.
Checking. Yeah, Jeremy, our command is to prevent feedback. You'll still need to make sure that you've plugged in the USB port for power and turned on the knob.
Okay, those are done, and it has a light on it, and the knob is full volume.
So, Jeremy, testing, are you hearing this call through it?
Try one more test, Mark. Give us a 5 count.
Testing on the portable speaker. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, we're not hearing anything. Let us troubleshoot a little bit.
If there's nothing you see that's obvious, we'll go ahead and send that command as a first troubleshooting effort.
Yes, please send it.
Okay, in work. Okay, that has been sent. How are you hearing me now through the speaker?
No apparent change.
Okay, well, let us scratch our heads.
Jeremy is unplugging the Peltor and putting it in J3.
Okay, copy.
Copy it.
If you're just joining us, we are 1 day, 6 hours, and 21 minutes.
And if so, are you hearing any difference?
First question, Mark. This is on C1 umbilical, so don't we need C1 on listen?
Checking. Okay. Can you verify, first of all, you are plugged into J3 now and you're still not hearing me in that config, is that correct?
I think we resolved the issue. We just went to listen on seat 1, and now we hear out of both speakers very well.
Okay. Very good news. Thank you.
The only issue is now when we transmit, we can hear it almost real time coming out of the COT speaker.
Okay, copy that. We're talking about it. Okay, we sent another command. Does that change anything now?
We're checking. Yes, we do not hear that feedback at all.
Like magic. All right, good news.
Yeah, strongly agree. That's awesome. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, our pleasure.
And the crew on the Orion spacecraft continuing to step through some procedures to configure audio, all working as expected now at this hour, 1 day, 6 hours and 27 minutes into the flight of the Orion spacecraft with the crew on board for the very first time. Orion is now 43,380 miles away from the Earth and closing in on the Moon at a speed of 6,608 miles per hour. Orion is 201,994 miles from the Moon, as you can see in this visualization of the Orion spacecraft on your screen. Inside Orion are 4 human beings, 3 of them NASA astronauts. That includes Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Cook. Additionally, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen is also on board. Cook, Glover, and Wiseman have all flown to space before, but this is the first flight for Hansen.
Houston integrity, any leans against starting the third exercise set in the next 5 to 10 minutes?
No leans, have at it.
Copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control. 1 day, 6 hours, and 43 minutes into the flight of the Orion spacecraft with crew on board for the first time. You just heard those communications from the ground. Capcom currently serving during this Orbit 2 shift is Mark Reagan. He relayed up to the crew that they do have the go to continue with their next set of flywheel exercises. The flywheel is a simple cable-based device for aerobic exercises like rowing and resistant workouts such as squats and deadlifts. It's used for about 30 minutes per day by the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft during their test flight around the moon. Earlier today, the crew worked to install accelerometers on the flywheel exercise device. Additionally, a software checkout of the flywheel was completed and everything is up and running, and it is being utilized by the crew on board Orion today. Observations and data from the flywheel, such as video of exercise sessions, will be used to further develop the flywheel in preparation for future Artemis missions. For Wiseman, Glover, and Cook, they are no strangers to exercising in space, as they both lived in, all three of them have lived and worked aboard the International Space Station, where exercise is a key requirement as part of the regime to stay healthy while living and working aboard the microgravity environment of the International Space Station. Crews on orbit on the space station exercise for about 2 hours per day to prevent bone and muscle loss. On board the International Space Station, there are 3 ways which the crew can exercise, which includes a treadmill, a cycling machine, and an advanced resistive exercise device called ARID for lifting. In the Orion spacecraft, space is obviously a hot commodity, so the flywheel exercise device is a condensed device that the crew on board Orion can use to get the exercise that they need. Coming up here shortly at about 1 a.m. Central Time, the crew will settle in for their pre-sleep period before getting some rest. The crew on board Orion sleeps in lightweight sleeping bags that attach to the wall. A short time ago, we did hear communications about the procedures that were being utilized to take photographs of the windows of the Orion spacecraft. This was one of several tasks on the crew's timeline today, but the largest of which and the biggest milestone for today was, of course, the TLI burn, that translunar injection burn, sending the crew on a path to the moon. At this point, the crew is now closing in on 200,000 miles away from the moon and is 45,814 miles away from Earth, traveling at a velocity of 6,412 miles per hour. As you can tell from this visualization on your screen, from this visualization, you can see the Orion spacecraft as well as the solar arrays, those 4 solar arrays which help provide power to the Orion spacecraft throughout its mission. On the backside of this animation are the engines on the Orion spacecraft, including the Orbital Maneuvering System engine, or OMS engine, which was responsible for that translunar injection burn earlier today. Additionally, there are 8 auxiliary engines on board Orion on the bottom of the service module in 4 sets of 2. These engines help provide about 100 pounds of thrust and can provide steering during burns by pulsing on and off. And here you're looking at a live view from a camera on the solar array wing of that OMS engine as well as the auxiliary engines. The Artemis II spacecraft, named Integrity, features over 28 cameras, including exterior, interior, and crew-operated systems for monitoring, as well as public affairs. Key positions include solar array wingtips, the crew module exterior, and multiple interior cabin cameras for recording, navigating, and live streaming crew activities during the 10-day mission. Back inside Artemis Mission Control, you're looking at a live view of our Capcom, or Capsule Communicator console. This console is responsible for communicating with the crew aboard a spacecraft. Capcom this evening during this Orbit 2 flight is Mark Reagan. We also see a view of Flight Director Paul Kanya standing up. He is the flight director in charge of the room during today's Orbit 2 shift. There are a variety of other console positions which help monitor the Orion spacecraft and its systems, such as PROP, which played a key role earlier today during the translunar injection burn, sending Orion on a course to the moon. And here you can see an overview of the room here inside of the White Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, otherwise known as Artemis Mission Control. Along the walls, you see a variety of different mission patches hanging up. These represent each of the missions that have been controlled and flown out of this flight control room. A special tradition inside of Mission Control Houston is that once a mission wraps up, one individual that played a particularly impactful and important role during the mission is selected to hang up the flight patch on the wall. And another view recognizing the flight control team here that is helping to monitor the crew as well as the spacecraft, ensuring everything is working as expected, as well as communicating with the crew. This room will be staffed around the clock 24/7 throughout the duration of the Artemis II mission. And you're looking now at a live view inside the science evaluation room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. This room was built specifically for the Artemis missions. And this team consists of scientists who support the crew's lunar observations, photograph, and provide video activities to evaluate data, which helps inform and plan for future lunar landing sites. When the crew flies by the moon later on in the mission, they will be flying in an area of the moon that has never been seen by human eyes before. And one of their prime objectives during that time frame is to gather as much imagery that they can, as well as use the tools of their eyes to make observations about the lunar surface, which they'll pass along to the science evaluation room for analysis of the moon. The SIR will provide real-time support to the main flight control room, the white flight control room here at the Johnson Space Center, which you're seeing a view of there on the left-hand side of your screen. But the SIR will be primarily focused on geological observations, imaging, and data collection. This is Artemis Mission Control. We are 1 day, 7 hours, and 1 minute into the historic test flight of Orion with crew on board. Orion now has less than 200,000 miles remaining between it and the moon. Distance from Earth continuing to grow, now at 46,985 miles from the Earth. This is Artemis Mission Control. Orion and its crew of 4 human beings, including NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, as well as Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, are on their way to the moon following the translunar injection burn that occurred earlier today. That burn lasting 5 minutes and 50 seconds, placing the crew inside Integrity on a trajectory to the moon and back. Integrity is now less than 200,000 miles away from the moon. The distance between Integrity and Earth continuing to grow at this hour, now 47,770 miles away from Earth. We are 1 day, 7 hours, and 9 minutes into this test flight of the Orion spacecraft around the moon to test out key systems on board the Orion spacecraft. As we've mentioned, the crew inside of Integrity is on their way to the moon. That crew does consist of NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, as well as Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Wiseman was selected as a NASA astronaut in 2009 and is the Artemis II commander. This is Wiseman's second trip into space. He's previously served as a flight engineer aboard the International Space Station for Expedition 41 from May through November of 2014, and he's logged more than 165 days in space, including almost 13 hours as a lead spacewalker during 2 trips outside the orbital complex. Also on board Integrity is NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who was selected in 2013 and is serving as the pilot of Artemis II. This is also Glover's second space flight. He previously served as a pilot on NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission, which landed in May of 2021 after 168 days in space. During his Expedition 64 mission, he contributed to scientific investigations, technology demonstrations, and participated in 4 spacewalks. NASA astronaut Christina Cook was also selected as a NASA astronaut in 2013 and is serving as a mission specialist for Artemis II. This will be her second flight into space as well. She previously served as a flight engineer aboard the International Space Station for Expeditions 59, 60, and 61. Cook set a record for the longest single space flight by a woman with a total of 328 days in space and participated in the first all-female spacewalks. Representing Canada, Jeremy Hansen is making his first flight to space. He's a colonel in the Canadian Armed Forces and former fighter pilot. He was one of 2 recruits selected by the Canadian Space Agency in May 2009 through the 3rd Canadian astronaut recruitment campaign and has served as Capcom in NASA's Mission Control Center at Johnson, and in 2017 became the first Canadian to be entrusted with leading a NASA astronaut class, leading the training of astronaut candidates from the United States and Canada at that time. And there you have it, the crew of Artemis II, slated to make history, traveling further than any human being has ever before. And you're looking at a visualization of the Orion spacecraft. Orion now 48,586 miles away from Earth and less than 200,000 miles away from the Moon. Orion is currently the only spacecraft capable of crewed deep spaceflight and high-speed return to Earth from the vicinity of the Moon. Orion's missions will span multiple phases as part of NASA's framework to build a flexible, reusable, and long-duration presence on the Moon. The Moon is the proving ground for sending astronauts to Mars and gives us opportunities to test new tools, instruments, and equipment to expand humanity into our solar system. The Orion spacecraft, with NASA astronauts Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, as well as Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, launched from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida 1 day, 7 hours, and 19 minutes ago. After launch, Orion and the upper stage of the rocket, called the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, orbited Earth twice, ensuring the spacecraft systems were working as expected while still close to home, and to demonstrate new capabilities, including manually piloting the Orion spacecraft, which was done by NASA astronaut Victor Glover. That initial elliptical orbit around the Earth lasted about 90 minutes before the upper stage fired to send the crew to a higher elliptical orbit around the Earth. After the burn for high Earth orbit, Orion separated from its interim cryogenic propulsion stage, and at that point used it for that piloting demonstration as discussed. Additionally, checkouts of the life support system, communications, and navigation elements were conducted before Orion continued its journey into deep space. Orion's European-built service module fired its engines during a move called the translunar injection burn to send the crew on a path toward the Moon. It will take the crew about 4 days to reach the Moon. During this phase, astronauts will fly around the far side of the Moon in a figure 8. Artemis is slated to set a record for the farthest distance anyone has ever traveled from the Earth. As of now, we are targeting the travel distance from the Earth for the Orion spacecraft at 252,021 statute miles. This beats the Apollo 13 record by 3,366 statute miles. And at closest approach to the Moon, the crew of Orion inside the Integrity spacecraft will be 4,010 statute miles away from the Moon. A fuel-efficient trajectory was created for this mission to harness the Earth-Moon gravity field to minimize how much propellant is required on the 4-day trip home. The crew will then splash down in the Pacific Ocean, where a NASA and Department of War team will extract them from Orion and transport them back to a U.S. Navy ship ahead of their return to land. We're continuing to bring you live coverage of the first crewed flight test around the moon in over 50 years. At this time, Orion and its crew, now less than 200,000 miles away from the moon. You're also looking at a live view inside the White Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. On console during this Orbit 2 shift are flight controllers who are monitoring all of the systems on board Orion. The team inside of the White Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas is currently being led by NASA Flight Director Paul Kanya. And serving as capsule communicator during this shift is Mark Reagan. This room is staffed 24/7 throughout the duration of the Artemis II mission in a format of 3 orbits, Orbit 1, 2, and 3. We are currently in that Orbit 2, as I mentioned.
Integrity Houston, what's comm check?
And Mark, was that a call for us? It was broken, but we thought we heard the word integrity.
Yes, it was a call for you. Do you hear me more clearly now?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay, when we left Madrid, we should have handed over to KUS, and we did not get a clean handover for a while. If you were trying to call us, looks like we are locked in right now. We will eventually go to Goldstone, but wanted to let you know what was going on, and also if there's anything you have for us. We're in listen mode.
Thanks for letting us know. We were not aware. We've just been busy around the cabin.
Well, then I'm sorry I interrupted you, and carry on.
Always great to hear from you.
Thank you.
And those communications from Capcom Mark Reagan up to the crew on board Integrity, namely NASA astronaut Christina Cook. We did have a brief period of handover while we transitioned to the Deep Space Network. We do have communications with the crew, and as mentioned by Christina, they've been busy stepping through their procedures, continuing to get things configured as they prepare for their sleep period here beginning in just about a few minutes from now. The crew does have a time period ahead of their sleep period to prepare for sleep.
It looks like we have this crew preference event for Victor that's scheduled now. Do you guys still want to do that?
When it comes to sleeping inside the Orion spacecraft, the crew actually sleeps in hanging sleeping bags.
Is it just over one of the Orion to Earth loops?
Yeah, we would privatize too.
Yes, please. Yeah, I'll set that up now. Thank you.
Okay, Wilco, and just be advised it could drop out too with the problems we've had, but it looks like it's been pretty solid for a few minutes.
Understand. Thanks for the heads up. Houston, integrity on 1 for accelerometer download.
Go ahead, Reed.
Hey, first on the COT speaker, we all of a sudden are getting that feedback again. Any chance you can fix that? Oh, it just went away.
Okay, let us know if you hear it again.
Actually, it went away because we just turned the volume down on it. I didn't know that. For the accelerometers for the flywheel, based on the configuration of the cable that was shipped up, I cannot plug the cable into the accelerometer without removing the accelerometers from, at least from the hull of the vehicle. So the serial number 1012 on the hull is going to have to come off every time we download. I've tried repositioning it, and the cables just doesn't permit doing it without removing it.
Okay, Reed, you're go to remove it and replace it each time you need to do that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just with the O2 part there. There's just no way to do it. And then on the app itself, the Orion Crew Seat Accelerometer, the procedure, 28.3.300, 28.3.300. Let me know when you got that up, and I'll tell you where I'm having a little bit of difficulty.
Give me a sec. And Reed, I have that up, and can you guys confirm you're done with exercise at this point?
We are complete with exercise, and you can go to step 4 of that procedure.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, step 4.5. It says to select all completed recordings in the event box and then select download. I just want to make sure I am not doing that in the review tab. I'm doing that in the main control tab. If I go to review tab, I don't have anything to download.
Yes, we can confirm it's in the control tab.
Okay, so if I'm doing this correct, I do not need to go to the review tab. So step 4.6 is unnecessary, correct?
Yeah, Reed, the intent there is that after it's been downloaded, you should see them show up in that review tab, and you can see that it was successful.
Okay, thanks. I think I do remember that in Building 9. Okay, great. Thanks, Mark. I'll keep working on this.
You bet. Thank you.
some reason, even though you're done transmitting, there's still a lot of gravelly static coming across the speaker. And it looks like that is coming across on Orion to Earth 2.
Yeah, Reed, we are hearing that too. We think that's just a function of kind of a weak signal with this ground site that we're over right now.
Okay, we're going to turn off Orion to Earth 2, and if you get into a good ground site later tonight and you want to turn it back on from the ground, we would appreciate it.
Okay, Reed, we have privatized 2. We're working to get that Teams call in, so do we want to just abort that, cancel that?
No, we do not, and we are getting set up to meet them on 2, so let us know when they're ready.
Okay, Victor, you are ready to go on 2. And for Reed, when you get a chance, if someone could give us the AGA readings, we would appreciate that.
Okay, I'm simulcasting on both OE1 and OE2. We can't talk to both of you at the same time right now. And by, if you need to talk to Reed.
If you're just joining us, we're continuing to bring you live coverage now 1 day, 7 hours and 45 minutes into the first crewed flight test of the Orion spacecraft with 4 human beings on board. This is the first mission back to the moon in over 50 years. During this test flight of the Orion spacecraft, Orion is slated to travel further away from the Earth than any human being has ever traveled before, at a distance of 252,021 statute miles. That beats the Apollo 13 record by 3,366 statute miles. Additionally, the crew of Orion will have the opportunity to fly behind the moon and see areas of the moon that have never been seen by human eyes before, taking critical photography during this process to help us learn more about the moon and its surface as we prepare to return to the moon once more, this time to stay before we journey on to Mars and beyond. You're looking at a live view inside the White Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. The Orbit 2 team on console during this Orbit 2 shift being led by NASA Flight Director Paul Kanya. Flight controllers in the room continuing to monitor Orion and its systems, as Orion is now on course to travel further than any human being has ever before. Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen now on a trajectory to beat a record that has stood for 56 years since the Apollo 13 mission. They will beat the Apollo 13 record by 3,366 statute miles, traveling a maximum distance from Earth of 252,021 statute miles. Earlier today, Orion's European-built service module did the heavy lifting to fire its engines during that move called the translunar injection burn to send the crew on a path toward the moon. Again, this is the first time humans have been sent on a trajectory to the moon in over 50 years. For a little bit of perspective, this is the first time in my lifetime that we have traveled to the moon, as well as for about 75% of the population of humanity on Earth as well. It will take about 4 days to reach the moon. During this phase, astronauts will fly around the far side of the moon in a figure 8 before returning home.
Houston Integrity on V1, we are complete with the conference on 2.
Copy, Victor. Thank you.
At this time, the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft, NASA astronaut and commander of the Integrity spacecraft Reed Wiseman, as well as pilot NASA astronaut Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Cook, and mission specialist from the Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen have entered their pre-sleep period and are beginning to wind down from a very busy day, which included the translunar injection burn, setting them on a course to the moon. Additionally, throughout the day, they completed exercise on the flywheel device for the first time. The crew will exercise aboard the flywheel exercise resistive device about 30 minutes per day throughout the course of the mission, except for on launch day and splashdown day. Other tasks that the crew completed today included taking photographs of the windows of the Orion spacecraft. As a
Integrity, low priority. Tried to open Outlook, but it says it's locked, and I was just curious if you guys were still working on it or that was a hang-up.
Yes, we are still working on that. We got interrupted by that LOS.
Okay, let's stay hands off. Let us know when you're done.
Okay, Wilco.
Other events for the crew today aboard the Orion spacecraft included capturing imagery of the windows and sending that back down to the ground for standard inspections. Additionally, the crew completed their first public affairs event, having the opportunity to speak to media on the ground and provide an update to the world about their mission thus far.
Houston, integrity update on cabin config when convenient.
We are handing over in about 10 seconds to DSN. We'll meet you on the other side.
Copy, thanks.
And those communications referencing the DSN is the Deep Space Network. It's a powerful system for commanding, tracking, and monitoring the health and safety of spacecraft at many distant planetary locations. Also enables powerful science investigations that probe the nature of asteroids and the interiors of planets and moons, and will be utilized for communications with the crew aboard Orion. There's a handover ongoing over to that Deep Space Network, and once that handover is complete, we expect to regain communications with the crew again here shortly.
Okay, Christina, looks like we're back with you. Go ahead.
Yes, sir, thanks for that. The cabin transit config has been completed all the way through except step 15. We will do a photo survey of the cabin for that. I guess either the next time we have it scheduled, or if there aren't any instances of it scheduled, we'll just do it during gray space, probably tomorrow.
And we are fine with that plan. Good work today.
Great, thank you. One thing I'll add is I'm not sure how much teams on the ground are working on the PCD issue. I think we as a crew will come up with ways that we can work around only having 3 PCDs for all the various functionality. I will tell you one thing that will probably happen is you'll get more calls from me for stowage item locations, just because sometimes it's easier to ask you than borrow a PCD when everyone's hard at work.
Okay, copy that, and I guess that answers the question of whether that last Hail Mary was successful.
Yes, I never did let you know, probably because it wasn't successful, that we still had no activity on the PCD with that.
Okay, copy all. Thank you.
And Mark, looking around, I think our remaining items for you before we say good night are AGA readings. I have them when you're ready, as well as the time that I recorded them. It was right after exercise.
We are ready, and in fact, we have a little short list of odds and ends we wanted to sync up on with you too. So go ahead with the AGA readings. That was first on our list.
Excellent, thank you. The time of the reading was flight day 1, 7 hours, 40 minutes. CO2, 1.1. O2, 19.7. Temperature, 73.9. Pressure, 14.3.
Okay, copy all that.
And also, the accelerometer data transfer activity is complete. That's our last item. We're ready for yours.
And that was a single accelerometer, Christina?
Nope, it was the entire activity, so it was 2 accelerometers. Thanks for clarifying.
Okay, copy that. Thank you. Okay, on our list of scattered items, we waved off that second AGA deploy earlier today and had a vague promise of we would find a time to do that later today. We're assuming that did not happen as busy as it got, but just wanted to verify.
And Mark, I can let you know in a few minutes, but I believe that was heroically done by Ike over midday meal. We'll confirm in a moment.
Okay, thanks for that. Also, we'll plan to do the ARS state change to mode it to sleep tonight from the ground. And then we had a couple of photo-related things. Is there a PCD that these PAO daily photos went on to that we can be looking for?
That's going to be PCD1.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. And then, did you guys get to the Nat Geo scene list or shot list today? Actually, I think that's in your pre-sleep timeline, so maybe you haven't got there yet.
You know, Mark, so far the way we've been handling that is we are doing a lot of filming, and I think you're right. During pre-sleep, when we get into the rhythm, we can start marking them off. We'll look into that, but we can let you know if you need to hear those at night.
Okay, thanks for that, Christina.
Do you have any other items for us? We did think of one more for you.
I have just one more for you on that dual camera bracket install that Victor did. Can we have a go back and just go give that a little shake and tug and just confirm that it does feel like that bracket is well seated still?
Okay, he just confirmed it is well seated and those fasteners are only hand tight. Also, speaking of Ike, he did complete the secondary AGA activity.
All right, great, thank you. All right, we're ready for your last item.
All right, thank you. We actually ended up with two, turns out. First one is we were told that you all will be turning the temperature a bit warmer for nighttime. Wanted to make sure that's still going to happen. And second, we were wondering for the remaining water offload ops if you will be hard scheduling those tomorrow.
For the temperature, yes, we do intend to make that warmer tonight for you. And we need to follow up to understand whether we're going to be doing any water offloading anymore or not. So we don't have that answer right now. We'll follow up in the morning with that.
That's perfect, and thank you for the temperature. And Mark, with that, your integrity crew for now is ready to sign off.
Sorry, one sec, Christina. We're getting a couple of last second thoughts here too.
Integrity, Huntsville. Just wanted to have one clarification for Ike. Were you able to get those saliva kits set up for tomorrow?
Hey, Huntsville. Yes, the dry saliva kit is deployed. It's on the bottom of the DUs in plain sight, and we will have those ready to go for tomorrow.
Copy that. We appreciate it. Thanks so much.
In Integrity, Houston, I think we've got our last two things here. The first is, Ike, when you deployed that secondary AGA, did you copy readings down? And if so, do you still have those? And if not, we can just get them tomorrow.
Yeah, I did write I took the crew note and put the readings in the crew note, and so I'm hoping that that's going to be sufficient for the remainder of the mission, and that we're not going to have to verbally confirm every activity every night. We understand these first couple of days, it makes sense, but my expectation is you'll see it when you download the crew note for that. If you want it verbal, I'm happy to do that too. If you guys want AGAs always verbal, just let us know.
That's the right answer.
No, that's good enough, Victor. It takes a while for us to get those crew notes. It's a lot slower than it is on station, so we haven't seen that it's out there yet, but that'll be fine. The last thing was we need to power cycle both ACUs and then do a voice check 10 minutes after that. If you guys could put that in work when it's convenient. I'm sorry, my bad. We'll do that from the ground, and then we'll do a voice check 10 minutes after.
Copy, confirm you're going to do that now.
Yes, we'll put that in work now.
And if you're just joining us, the Integrity crew aboard the Orion spacecraft did provide some communications with the ground on the status of the Orion spacecraft and how things are looking ahead of tomorrow. Everything continuing to go smoothly now. 1 day, 8 hours and 17 minutes into the historic first crewed test flight of the Orion spacecraft. Orion is now 193,819 miles away from the moon. We did hear a couple of communications about the status of the spacecraft and the go-forward plan for tomorrow, including some communications about the PCD. The PCD is a NASA personal computing device. We did hear that NASA astronaut Christina Cook's PCD was having some issues, and troubleshooting did take place. No luck getting that back on board working, but there are 3 other PCDs on board the Orion spacecraft that can be used for imagery and a variety of other tasks. This is not mission critical. We also heard communications about the temperature inside the Orion spacecraft being slightly adjusted as the crew prepares to head into their sleep period. And we also did hear some communications with NASA astronaut Victor Glover regarding the saliva biomarkers collection experiment and getting that prepared for utilization tomorrow. This is part of NASA's Human Research Program's Immune Biomarkers Experiment and involves swabbing the inside of astronauts' mouths and comparing the samples both pre- and post-flight as well as during flight to see how the body changes and adapts in the environment of space. Similar experiments are done on board the International Space Station, which has been continuously inhabited by humans for over 25 years. Data from both the International Space Station and the Orion crew during this crewed test flight will help inform future flights as part of the Artemis program. If you're just joining us, we are continuing to bring you live around-the-clock coverage of the Artemis II mission, humanity's first crewed mission to the moon in over 50 years. On the left-hand side of your screen, you're looking at a visualization of the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way to the moon, now 193,213 miles away from the moon. Earlier today, the Orion spacecraft completed the translunar injection burn, which placed it on a trajectory towards the moon. On the right-hand side of your screen is Mission Control Houston, namely the White Flight Control Room, or Artemis Mission Control, where the Orion and its subsystems are being controlled out of. This room is staffed 24/7 throughout the duration of the mission. Currently, we are being led by the flight director leading the Orbit 2 team. That is NASA Flight Director Paul Kanya. The crew on board Orion is preparing for their sleep period. But before they do that, they're stepping through a few more procedures with the ground here, helping to coordinate those.
Integrity Houston with a voice check on 1.
Houston Integrity, we have you loud and clear. Alice.
You are loud and clear as well. One last thought we had, if PCD4 is connected to power, let's leave that disconnected overnight and maybe it'll drain and that'll give us something for one more try. With that though, another great day today. Thank you guys, and we will sign off for the night.
Many thanks to you and the team, and good night.
Good night. See you tomorrow.
And the Orion crew receiving some good nights and final words before heading to bed following a historic day, as the Orion spacecraft is now on its way to the moon. For the first time since 1972, a crewed spacecraft is heading to our nearest celestial neighbor. Now 192,860 miles away from the moon. With the Orion crew now heading for their rest period, let's take a look at a little of what has happened over the past 1 day, 8 hours, and 32 minutes into the first crewed test flight of the Orion spacecraft. Following liftoff atop the Space Launch System rocket from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida at 6:35 p.m. Eastern on April 1st, NASA astronauts Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, as well as Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, separated from the Space Launch System, remaining inside Orion, still attached to the upper stage of the rocket, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. They then orbited Earth twice to ensure the spacecraft systems were working as expected while still close to home and demonstrate new capabilities. Then the upper stage fired to send the crew to a higher elliptic orbit around Earth. After the burn for high Earth orbit, Orion was separated from the ICPS and used the stage for a piloting demonstration to test the spacecraft's handling qualities needed for operations in lunar orbit on Artemis IV. Orion's European-built service module then fired its engines during a move called the translunar injection burn. This burn lasted 5 minutes 50 seconds, sent the crew on a path toward the moon, the first time humans were sent on a path to the moon in over 50 years. At this time, the Artemis II crew inside the Orion spacecraft are now 55,872 miles from Earth and traveling at a speed of 5,722 miles per hour. It will take about 4 days total to reach the moon, and during this phase, the astronauts will fly to the far side of the moon and capture imagery and video of an area of the moon that has never before been seen by human eyes. The crew will fly around the far side of the moon in a figure 8 maneuver, where they are slated to set a record for the farthest anyone has ever traveled from Earth. The maximum distance that the Orion spacecraft is slated to fly away from the Earth during this mission is 252,021 statute miles, which beats the Apollo 13 record by 3,366 statute miles, and we are tracking the closest approach to the moon at 4,010 statute miles. Following this, the crew will continue their journey back home before splashing down off the coast of California, where they will be transported back to a U.S. Navy ship ahead of their return to land. And if you're just joining us this evening, the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft is on their way to the moon. They did just enter their sleep period, so we won't be hearing communications from them until they wake up after their sleep period. At this time, Orion is now 192,295 miles away from the moon, traveling at a velocity of 5,691 miles per hour.
The moon, to me, it's the thing that connects me together with all the other humans in my life. I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night and just looking out at the moon and whatever phase it was in, I was thinking, man, my friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out and see that same exact moon. And then when I was in the Navy and I would look out at the moon and I'd be halfway around the planet, I would think, man, my brother can see that moon where he is and he's halfway around the planet from where I am. And it's a connection of life on Earth. We can all look up and see that moon.
It represents
And as the crew inside the Orion spacecraft continue their journey to the moon following the translunar injection burn, that 5-minute, 50-second long burn, putting them on a course to the moon and back, let's learn a little bit more about that burn.
The Artemis II mission, at its heart, is a test mission of the Orion space capsule. This is going to be the first time that humans have ridden inside that capsule and that everything on board keeps us alive. The mission itself consists of a couple big orbits and very high orbits around Earth, and then doing a translunar injection burn to the moon. Our TLI burn, the burn that gets us going to the moon, is also our deorbit burn. And what that means is, as soon as we take that burn, we have bought off on basically the rest of the mission, save a couple options to do a U-turn burn that are in there as well. But the truth is, we are re-entering before and at the moment we do TLI. And recognizing that our team has to be ready for that full mission as soon as we buy in, that is a really interesting risk posture. And that's why I'm so glad we have spent so much time with our team, super integrated. It's been quite a journey getting to have the technical know-how on this vehicle as much as we have. And as an engineer, I've really loved that process.
And with that translunar injection burn complete, again, the crew of Orion is on their way to the moon. Speaking of the moon, let's hear more from the Artemis II crew talking about their destination during this test flight.
The moon, to me, it's the thing that connects me together with all the other humans in my life. I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night and just looking out at the moon and whatever phase it was in, and I was thinking, man, my friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out and see that same exact moon. And then when I was in the Navy and I would look out at the moon and I'd be halfway around the planet, and I would think, man, my brother can see that moon where he is and he's halfway around the planet from where I am. And it's a connection of life on Earth. We can all look up and see that moon.
It represents history. It is a witness plate. Everything that's ever happened to the moon is still written on the moon. There's no processes of wind or change in the earth, geologic processes like we have here that change it. And something that's been telling and can read out the story of its own evolution, there's something beautiful about that.
I've also learned from my indigenous mentors that they refer to the moon as Grandmother Moon. So you've probably heard of Mother Earth. They use Grandmother Moon because Grandmother Moon is responsible for the water in their community. The grandmothers, sort of protect the water source, just like the moon moves the water around the planet, affects the tides. It's something that represents something different for each individual culture around the planet. And that's really neat because we all share that same moon in the night sky.
We all have seen the same side of the moon in different lighting conditions our whole lives. And so it seems very familiar to us, but it's also kind of unknown. When we get up close, some of the imagery that we'll get to describe and to share with people will be very unique. And that nature, both of those things being true about this one entity that we all know, just is really special.
It's just the epitome of a symbol of both something that's in each of our hearts, but that's also represents exploration and reaching.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We are 1 day, 8 hours, and 46 minutes into the first crewed flight test of the Orion spacecraft heading to the moon. For the first time since 1972, a crewed spacecraft heading to our nearest celestial neighbor. Here in Mission Control Houston, a timer was just put up on the board here indicating one of the next major milestones that we're looking forward to, and that is lunar flyby. Targeting lunar flyby in 3 days, 15 minutes, and 40 seconds. You're looking at a live view inside the White Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. This Orbit 2 crew is being led by the flight director, Paul Kanya. As you can see on your screen, there are several other flight controller positions who are responsible for monitoring the Orion spacecraft and its systems, communicating with the crew, as well as some of the key science that we are going to be conducting during this mission, particularly when we fly behind the moon. During the lunar flyby, areas of the moon that have never before been seen by human eyes or photographed will be visible.
We're with you on one.
Hey, Mark, I know right before TLI we had the cabin leak warning, and I see an advisory now for cabin leak detect off, and just wondering if that's some troubleshooting y'all are doing. I've never seen that advisory before.
Checking. Yeah, read that cabin leak indication that you got before TLI. We are using a workaround to try to keep that from re-enunciating as we change ARS states. And so we disabled the detection for about 3 minutes while we did the state changes, and it's been re-enabled again. So that's why you haven't seen that before.
Makes a lot of sense, Mark. I'm glad I asked, and thanks, and have a great night down there.
Thank you, sir. You too.
And those communications from the ground up to Reed Wiseman aboard the Orion spacecraft, discussing a workaround for a cabin leak indicator that was noticed before translunar injection burn. No concerns to the mission. All is well inside the spacecraft. The team was working a workaround just to turn that off to ensure that it wouldn't wake up the crew accidentally. Everything continuing to go smoothly here in Mission Control Houston and aboard the Orion spacecraft, now 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 52 seconds into today's flight, into this mission. You're looking at a visualization of the Orion spacecraft. As you can see from the analytics on your screen, Orion is currently traveling 5,623 miles per hour and is 57,556 miles away from the Earth, and now less than 200,000 miles away from the Moon. In this animation, you can also see on the other end of the Orion spacecraft is the European Service Module, where the engines are located. This includes the Orbital Maneuvering System engine, or OMS engine, which was used during translunar injection. Translunar injection was a key burn that lasted 5 minutes and 50 seconds, placing Orion on a trajectory toward the Moon, and also serves as the deorbit burn for the Orion spacecraft as well. In addition to the orbital maneuvering system, Orion also the European Service Module has additional engines, including 8 auxiliary engines and 24 reaction control system thrusters. And if you're just joining us, while the crew is currently in their sleep period, we are continuing to bring you live coverage of the Orion spacecraft's journey to the moon following translunar injection. Orion and its crew of NASA astronauts Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, as well as Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, are now 190,685 miles away from the moon, traveling at a speed of 5,563 miles per hour. The crew launched from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida on April 1st at 6:35 p.m. Eastern. Following launch, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen separated from the Space Launch System and remained inside Orion, still attached to the upper stage of the rocket, known as the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, or ICPS. They then orbited the Earth twice to ensure the spacecraft systems were working as expected while still close to home and demonstrate new capabilities. Then the upper stage fired to send the crew to a higher elliptical orbit around Earth. After the burn for high Earth orbit, Orion separated from its ICPS and used the stage for a piloting demonstration to test the spacecraft's handling qualities, which will be needed for operations in lunar orbit on Artemis IV. NASA astronaut and pilot of the Orion spacecraft, Victor Glover, performed those proximity operations demonstrations. Then, Orion's European-built service module fired its engines during a move called the translunar injection burn to send the crew on a path toward the moon. This is the first time humans have been sent on a path to the moon in over 50 years. It does take about 4 days to reach the moon. At this time, we are counting down 3 days, 15 hours, and 21 minutes until the lunar flyby. This is when the Orion spacecraft will fly behind the moon. As part of this historic test flight, Orion and its crew are slated to travel further from the Earth than any human being has ever before. We are targeting a maximum distance from the Earth of 252,021 statute miles, which beats the current record held by the Apollo 13 crew, beats the record by 3,366 statute miles. At closest approach, Orion will be 4,010 statute miles away from the moon. Following lunar flyby, the crew will begin its journey back home. As a reminder, that translunar injection burn also serves as the deorbit burn. Orion will splash down in the Pacific Ocean, where NASA and a Department of War team will extract them from the Orion spacecraft and transport them back to a U.S. Navy ship ahead of their return to land. You're looking at a live view inside the White Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. The team during this Orbit 2 shift is being led by NASA Flight Director Paul Kanya. This is Artemis Mission Control. We are 1 day, 9 hours, and 16 minutes into the first crewed flight test of the Orion spacecraft. This is Artemis Mission Control. The crew aboard the Orion spacecraft is currently in their sleep period. That crew includes NASA astronauts Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, as well as Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. The crew had a busy and exciting day as they received the go for their translunar injection burn and completed that 5-minute and 50-second burn using the orbital maneuvering system engine, sending them on a course to the moon. Additionally, the crew stepped through procedures to set up and utilize the flywheel exercise device for the first time. Exercise is an essential requirement for crewed spaceflight missions. The Artemis crew exercises inside Orion using the flywheel exercise device. This device uses a flywheel, a series of pulleys, and a torque limiter encased in a frame the size of an extra-large shoebox, which functions like a rowing machine. The crew can perform exercises such as bicep curls, bent-over rows, and deadlifts for resistance training, as well as rowing for aerobic training. Each astronaut will spend approximately 30 minutes a day performing exercises. And during this time period, data collection and analysis of the flywheel and its utilization will be collected by the team on the ground. And this data, amongst other observations such as video of exercise sessions, will be used to further develop the flywheel in preparation for future Artemis missions. Additionally, the crew had their first public affairs event where they had the opportunity to speak to media outlets and share the wonders of human spaceflight with the world as they continue their journey to the moon, now 189,640 miles away from the moon. The Orion spacecraft traveling at 5,482 miles an hour, now 60,041 miles away from Earth. And for a little bit of context, when that translunar injection burn took place, the Orion spacecraft was less than 200 statute miles away from the Earth, now over 60,000 miles away from Earth. We are counting down to the lunar flyby where Orion will fly behind the moon. That flyby is 3 days and 15 hours, 6 minutes from now. Again, 3 days, 15 hours, 6 minutes from now. This is Artemis Mission Control at a mission elapsed time of 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 22 seconds. Everything going smoothly for the first test flight with the crew on board for the Orion spacecraft. And you're looking at a live view from the Orion spacecraft. This portion of the European Service Module and the OMS, or Orbital Maneuvering System engine, the large engine there in the center of the European Service Module, which was utilized during the translunar injection burn, that burn lasting 5 minutes, 50 seconds, placing Orion on a trajectory to the moon and back. Inside the Orion spacecraft, the crew is getting some rest at this hour. This is Artemis Mission Control. We are now 1 day, 9 hours, and 30 minutes into the first crewed flight test of the Orion spacecraft. NASA astronauts Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen are now over 60,000 miles away from Earth and 189,000 miles away from the Moon. At their closest approach during this mission, they will be 4,010 statute miles away from the Moon, and will break a record for the farthest distance from the Earth that any human being has ever traveled at 252,021 statute miles away from Earth. This will beat the previous Apollo 13 record by 3,366 statute miles. We are counting down to lunar flyby here in Mission Control Houston. Now 3 days, 14 hours, and 55 minutes away from lunar flyby when the crew will fly behind the Moon. To hear a little more about the goals and objectives during the flyby, let's check this video out.
I cannot wait to hear their voices when they get to the far side of the Moon and I can hear them talk about seeing the Moon out their window. I try to imagine it now and just I tear up thinking about it. Ooh, now I gotta hold on a second. We have human eyeballs connected to wonderfully smart brains our astronaut friends have. They are going to be able to observe the Moon in multiple different ways. They can use their eyes, they'll look through their camera and snap pictures, and just looking out the window getting that human experience. But during Apollo, the astronauts were so much closer to the lunar surface. Our astronauts are going to be doing a flyby at a higher altitude, so they're going to be able to see the whole Moon as a lunar disk on the lunar far side. That's a brand new, unique perspective that humans haven't been able to look at before. We are doing a lot of lunar geography training with them. They have study sessions and quizzes they can do that are assigned to them. You know, even if you're an astronaut, you still get homework. We actually get in the mock-up. In that enclosed physical space, we have to think through the hardware that they have, the cameras, the computers, their microphones to make these observations. There's 4 windows up front. Through one of those windows, one of our astronauts will be using a Nikon D5 camera with an 80 to 400 millimeter lens, so something that allows them to zoom in really far and actually take more detailed observations of the surface. It's almost like looking through a pair of binoculars as well. It's just like being a geologist out in the field. They're telling us what they're seeing, looking for colors, textures, different morphologies, and comparing the region that we're having them look at to the regions that are around them. We have a science team that is planning the targets that are going to be observed, putting them all on the timeline of how they're going to be observed, and then taking the first look at the data when it comes down. The Apollo astronauts were only on the Moon for 300 hours total, and they only went to the equator. That's like going to places that were safer landing sites, and they only saw so little, 300 hours total. And so we have so much more to explore and so much more to learn, and we are the beginning of the next generation that gets to start being a part of these discoveries.
And that's a look ahead at what we can expect to see when the crew does complete the lunar flyby. Now 3 days, 14 hours, 53 minutes from that lunar flyby. This will be the first crewed lunar flyby in over 50 years. NASA's Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly around the far side of the moon, proving the technology needed for long-term presence in future Mars exploration. At this time, the crew of Orion is currently in their sleep period, but you're looking at a live view inside Mission Control Houston, which is nothing but asleep. Continues to be filled with hustle and bustle as the team on the ground supports the Orion spacecraft, even though the crew is asleep. This Orbit 2 team is being led by NASA Flight Director Paul Kanya, and you are going to start seeing some folks trickle in to the White Flight Control Room as we are nearing our handover period for Orbit 3. You're looking at the main engine on the European Service Module, the Orbital Maneuvering System, which was responsible for the translunar injection. That 5-minute, 50-second burn, placing Orion on a trajectory or path toward the moon. TLI also serves as the deorbit burn for the Orion spacecraft. Following lunar flyby, Orion will make its journey back to Earth, where it will splash down off the coast of California. This is Artemis Mission Control. We are 1 day, 9 hours, and 40 minutes into the first crewed test flight of the Orion spacecraft with 4 human beings on board. We do have our Flight Day highlights ready for you, so let's take a look back at what Flight Day 2 has entailed.
And Integrity Houston, we do have you on video for the 4K encoder checkout.
It's great news. Stand by for audio checks with the wireless mic.
Copy.
6 hours and 10 minutes since liftoff.
Amy, I just did audio with the wireless mic. Did you copy?
We have good audio on. And we copy good audio on the handheld mic.
That is great news. We're ready to call 4K encoder checkout complete if you are.
We concur. 4K checkout complete, and whenever you're ready, I have some words about S-band string swap that we're interested in having you all perform. And it's great to see you all wave 4 smiling voices, and we are really enjoying seeing you up there.
Not as much as we're enjoying being here.
That is true.
This view on your screen coming from Orion, looking back at all of us on Earth. This is coming from a camera mounted on one of the spacecraft's solar array wings. Just a little crescent Earth. Now 6 hours and 12 minutes since launch. The first flight of humans aboard Orion.
Houston, integrity on 1 for fan speed / cabin temperature.
Houston's listening.
Amy, is it possible to lower the cabin fan speed a bit? There's a lot of airflow in here, and if that is not possible, can we increase the temperature?
Copy, Reed. We understand the request, and we are discussing how to implement. We'll follow up.
Yeah, sounds good. No urgency there, but just know that will be our desire down the road.
Copy.
Now that the crew is awake, they are going to step into a brief post-sleep period, and then they will begin preparing for the perigee raise burn, or PRB burn. That burn is scheduled to take place in just under an hour from now, about 59 minutes until that burn ignition start.
Houston Integrity, good morning. We are with you for PRB ops.
And Integrity and Christina, good morning to y'all as well. Things are progressing well with PRB ops. We can do a quick tag up here shortly once we get our story ready.
And this is Mission Control Houston. You just heard a little bit of communication there on the Orion to Earth loop, and that is the voice link between the ground and the Orion spacecraft. So that was NASA astronaut Christina Cook, who is one of the mission specialists aboard the Orion spacecraft. Again, there are 4 crew members currently living and working on the Orion spacecraft as part of the Artemis II mission. So Christina was speaking directly with the team here in Mission Control Houston, specifically the CAPCOM, or capsule communicator, and that flight control position serves as the direct voice link between the crew and the ground.
Houston Integrity for cabin temps.
Hey, go ahead, Christina.
Yes, it is very cold in the cabin. Any chance you can make it warmer or reduce the cabin fan speed a bit more so the ventilation is not blowing as hard?
Yeah, Christina, understand. While y'all were asleep, we did turn one of our knobs that we have, and that was the rad loop set points. And we saw a very small increase in the temperature. And so we're going to take a look at some of these shell heaters, and we'll let you know when we start putting some of that in work, and we can see if that affects the temperature in a positive way.
Our next check with you is for your go, no-go confirmation.
And Christina, Houston is go for the burn.
Integrity copies.
Integrity Houston, the solar arrays are in position for the burn.
Integrity copies.
And this is Mission Control Houston. We are about 1 minute out from the perigee raise burn. That burn expected to last about a minute. The burn will adjust Orion's perigee, or the lowest point of its orbit, into the correct orbital geometry to set it up for its translunar injection, or TLI burn. And that perigee raise burn is now underway. And there on your screen, you can see the 8 Pulsex engines on the Orion spacecraft. Now, this is a visualization of the Orion spacecraft, as we don't currently have live views from the spacecraft itself, but this uses the data and telemetry from the spacecraft. Again, this perigee raise burn expected to last about a minute. Currently, everything is proceeding as planned. And we do have confirmation that that burn is complete. It was a good burn.
We're tracking a good burn.
And we see the same, and with a bonus trim burn.
And there on your screen, you are seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft from one of its solar array wing cameras, and you can also see another one of the solar array wings on the bottom right hand of your screen from the Orion spacecraft. Again, this live view comes following that perigee raise burn.
Support there. We really appreciate it. It's been a good first. Well, it's been 2 orbits of Earth, I guess, and this one's just got a 38,000 mile apogee. We're going to pick up in 26-1-100 pre-sleep checklist, and then we're going to dim the cabin down and get some rest. Thanks for your support.
Yes, great PRB day. Excellent flight day 1, y'all. Get some good rest, and we'll be in touch in a couple hours.
You as well. Good night, Earth.
Good morning, Artemis II crew. While you're soaring beyond Earth, we're sending a little piece of home your way. Here are some messages from your NASA team to brighten your flight day.
From your friends in the R3 Flight Systems Branch, we are go for exercise.
Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go fly from the Orion Human Engineering Team. Woo!
Wishing you an excellent mission around the moon from the Huntsville Operations Support Center's Systems Engineering Team. Go Artemis!
From the Marshall Space Flight Center Earth Science Branch to the crew of Artemis II.
We wish you success. Bring back some perspective.
We just wanted to wish you a safe trip to the moon from your JSD SWAT team.
From the Wallops Island Radar 5 crew, go Artemis. Godspeed.
Good luck from your Orion Mission Planning Team.
IMAP team wishes you a safe journey.
Go Artemis II!
From all of us at NASA's Launch Services Program,
we're so proud to support the journey to the moon.
Go Artemis!
Houston Integrity, we are ready to go, and that was awesome. Thank you for all of those messages.
You are very welcome.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Artemis Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. I'm NASA PAO Leah Cheshire Mustachio, your Orbit 1 commentator, ready to take you through a very busy day for the crew, namely with the translunar injection burn this afternoon. That is scheduled for 6:49 p.m. Central Time, expecting a 5-minute and 49-second burn on the OMS engine. On the left, the data visualization you're seeing is ARROW, the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. If you look closely, you can see we are now under 10,000 miles away from Earth. That will continue to decrease until we get to 115 statute miles above our home planet. That'll be the closest the crew is to the planet until they return for their splashdown on flight day 10.
Integrity. Houston has completed the poll for TLI. When the engine ignites, you embark on humanity's lunar homecoming arc and set the course to return Integrity and her crew safely home. Houston is go for TLI.
Integrity copies, and your Integrity crew is go for TLI. With this burn to the moon, we do not leave Earth, we choose it.
Mission control is go. The crew is go. You're getting a live view from Orion now of Earth. "10 seconds until translunar injection burn start.
Integrity. Good engine, good control.
We show the same. Feels great up here.
At MET, mission elapsed time of 1 day, 1 hour, and 14 minutes into the Artemis II mission. As Orion was flying 115 statute miles above Earth and 247,600 miles away from the moon, we have the start of the translunar injection burn that will send the crew around the moon, the first humans to do so in over 50 years. Velocity of the spacecraft ticking up, now over 23,900 miles per hour. 2 minutes into this 5-minute and 50 second burn. Continuing to get good calls here in Mission Control Houston from all flight controllers.
Integrity, we copy the enabled caution, no crew action.
Integrity copies.
Over 3 minutes now into the translunar injection burn. These live views coming from Orion as it looks back on Earth, leaving high Earth orbit and beginning its journey to the moon. We are now 230 miles above Earth, 246,500 miles away from the moon. We have 1 minute left in the translunar injection burn. Everything continuing to look good. We have less than 20 seconds left of this burn. This is the final major burn for the mission because this also serves as our deorbit burn.
Integrity looks like a good burn. We're confirming.
Integrity copies.
Confirmation from teams here on the ground to the Artemis II crew aboard Orion. We have translunar injection burn cutoff and early reports that it was a very good burn. Orion now 520 miles away from Earth. Just 5 minutes ago, we were only 115 miles above Earth's surface. That distance will continue to increase as we are now on a trajectory to fly around the moon for the first time in over 50 years. Live views from the Orion spacecraft as it looks back on Earth following completion of the translunar injection burn, the burn that commits us to flying around the moon. It also commits us to a return to our home planet on Flight Day 10 and a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. But for now, these views of Earth as Orion starts its journey.
And Houston Integrity, we just wanted to share a little bit of the sentiment up here as we came around the planet, and we're zooming over just 100 nautical miles above it if you got a moment.
Please, Jeremy, we are all ears.
Well, with that successful TLI, the crew's feeling pretty good up here on our way to the moon, and we just wanted to communicate to everyone around the planet who's worked to make Artemis possible that we firmly felt the power of your perseverance during every second of that burn. Humanity has once again shown what we are capable of, and it's your hopes for the future that carry us now on this journey around the moon.
Hugs there at the Capcom console from NASA astronaut and Capcom, or capsule communicator, Chris Birch, with Artemis II backup and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. This is a live view from the Orion capsule looking back on Earth, our home planet. We are now 18,500 miles away from Earth. When we conducted that translunar injection burn coming up on about 2 hours ago, we were just 115 miles above our planet. Obviously, that has increased exponentially as we are now on the journey to the moon and back home. Currently, Orion is 223,000 miles away from the moon. This is Artemis Mission Control, now MET, or mission elapsed time, 1 day, 3 hours, and 10 minutes into the Artemis II mission, the first flight of humans around the moon in over 50 years. And we are going to the moon. After a successful translunar injection burn today, we are now over 19,500 miles away from Earth and growing closer to our lunar neighbor, now 222,000 miles away from the moon. The view on the left side of your screen is from Orion, a live view looking back at our home planet, that small dot. And down in the bottom right-hand screen, you can see Capcom Chris Birch wrapping up her Orbit 1 shift today, as well as Flight Director Jeff Radigan. They've been leading the teams throughout Orbit 1 and the translunar injection burn.
Integrity Houston, you ready for the event?
Houston Integrity, we are ready for the event.
ABC News, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, this is Gio Benitez at ABC News. How do you hear me?
Outstanding. We have you loud and clear. How about us?
I hear you loud and clear, and I truly cannot believe it. You are quite literally on the way to the moon right now and still speaking with us. Tell me, how do you feel? What's going through your mind? I mean, this must be so incredible because have you allowed the weight of the moment to really fit in here? Have you allowed that to happen?
Well, first and foremost, we all wanted to give a shout out to our families first because we are pretty far from Earth and we have not gotten to say hi to them yet. But there was a moment about an hour ago where Mission Control Houston reoriented our spacecraft as the sun was setting behind the Earth. And I don't know what we all expected to see in that moment, but you could see the entire globe from pole to pole. You could see Africa, Europe, and if you looked really close, you could see the northern lights. It was the most spectacular moment, and it paused all four of us in our tracks.
Yeah, well, you are making history. Reed Wiseman, Christina Koch, Jeremy Hansen, Victor Glover. Congratulations to all of you. America, the world is with you. We are watching every moment of this journey, and we will cheer you when you get back and along the way. Thank you for joining us. Best of luck to you, and safe travels.
And that was an overview of this flight day 2. We are now 1 day, 10 hours on the dot into the first crewed test flight of the Orion spacecraft. This is Artemis Mission Control. We are 1 day, 10 hours and 6 minutes into the first crewed flight of the Orion spacecraft, who are on their way to the moon. The Orion spacecraft is now less than 200,000 miles to the moon, approaching 186,800 miles to the moon, now 63,950 miles away from the Earth, traveling at a speed of 5,274 miles per hour. Again, this is the first crewed flight test of the Orion spacecraft and the first time that humanity is heading back to the moon in over 50 years. Inside the Orion spacecraft, named Integrity, are NASA astronauts Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Koch, as well as Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. We are counting down to lunar flyby, now 3 days, 14 hours, and 20 minutes away from flying behind the moon, where the crew will have the opportunity to take imagery and video of areas of the lunar surface that have never before been seen by human eyes. Additionally, during this flight, the crew will break the distance record for a human being to ever be away from the Earth. That maximum distance will be 252,021 statute miles, breaking the Apollo 13 distance record by 3,366 statute miles. You're looking at a visualization of the Orion spacecraft as it continues its journey to the moon.